Hello, everyone, and welcome to Dragon Productivity Stream. I'm Shannon, writing under the pen name of SC Huston, and the author of A Curse of Scales and Feathers, A Curse of Wings and Gems, which is now the Kickstarter that is going, and the Clash of Goddesses series. And the goal of this stream is provide a low-key environment to be productive. It is strictly timed with 45-minute sprints and 5-minute breaks for a total of 4 sprints during a roughly 3.5-hour stream. And you're welcome to use the sprints for whatever productivity you need, whether reading, writing, housework, coursework, day job, or just taking care of you. I use the sprint time to focus on my tasks because focus issues. That means I won't be in the chats until the breaks, but I'd love to catch up with everyone then and just talk about whatever it is we have going on. And I am doing some just last minute editing of A Curse of Wings and Gem. That is my Kickstarter book. So, I mean, it's pretty good the way it is, but you could always make things better. And I haven't reached a point yet where I'm like, okay, this is it, cut it off. Because I do have some last minute things coming in from my Typo Buster team. It closed on Saturday, but I had one I hadn't finished. And so just going through some of those last minute things and seeing, and I'm also reviewing everything from my Typo Buster team and comparing it against what my editor said. Because there are a few places that they have thought differently about grammar and things like that. And so I think like yesterday, there was like 2 or 3 instances that even though I've worked as an editor and I felt like I knew the right answer, I still looked it up just to make sure that I was having the right grammar in there. So let's go say hello. I think it's not too many of us today, just probably me, myself, and I. Devin says she'll be in shortly, so hopefully we'll have a Devin. Oh, Idri, hello, welcome. I think it's just you and me right now. But yeah, hopefully we'll be able to get some things done. Do you have anything planned to work on this morning? Alice, hello. It's nice to see you. So, Lord, I feel like I don't have enough time in the day to get everything done I want to get done. I remember there was a point where I was trying to like write a to-do list by day. And I did this like a little over a year ago just to see what I could do. And I saw that I roughly could finish 3 tasks a day. And that was it. And yesterday I had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 tasks I needed to get done beyond the writing in the morning. And I did get done quite a few of them. I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So I had 3 left that I didn't finish. I guess probably would have been easier to count the ones I had left. But yeah, so I've got to get to those. And that is AWC and my Typo Buster team. So my Typo Buster team, for those who finished doing the edit, they get input into a drawing for the chance to win one of 2 $25 Amazon gift cards. And I need to get their names into the random drawing and do that. And I want to do a video. I always do like a video whenever I do random drawings. I did this with my street team, so they could see who's winning the gift cards. So I need to do that. But that's going to be after the stream. And then I still need to send thank yous to my Typo Buster stream because I try to always make sure I send thank yous. And that's to everyone, not just those who finished, but those who also did partial part of the novel, which I had 9 people who started the novel, but I thought it was only 5, but it's 6 who finished editing it. So I have the last round of edits on my reader magnet, but I'm not feeling great at the moment, so we'll see. Oh, I'm so sorry you feel that way. I know the feeling. I get it. I totally do. I feel a little bit felt like that with A Curse of Wings and Gems. Like, I feel like it's not my best book. Like, I feel like A Curse of Scales and Feathers was better. It's still a good story. And it really made my heart, like, feel full yesterday when one of my editors, I don't really have a lot to communication with him, but he is a point of contact through a friend of ours. And that friend of ours yesterday told me, oh, he was really talking about your book and how much he liked it. And I was like, oh. So, morning, Raven. All right, we're going first sprint. I'll see you guys on the other side of 45 minutes. And that is time on the first sprint. How did you do? I'm doing my editing, and I've added 21 words in editing. And this is mostly pronouns and proper nouns. There's some of them I'm like, I feel like I don't need to put a proper noun there. I feel like it's really clear which character is speaking. But I thought, you know what? Even if there's a sliver of doubt in any reader's mind, I should change it. And the only reason why I'm a bit resistant to it is because I'm really, really, really trying to get into what's called deep POV. And that's for third person. It's different from limited and close POV in that it's as close as you're going to get to first person while still being in third person. And there are a lot of like little rules. Now, I've read about deep POV, gosh, for years. I think the first time I came across it was like 2013. And I've been just collecting articles, and there's not a whole lot written on it, but now there's 2 books written on it. And I haven't gotten through the books yet, but both of the books, they have some similarities in the rules that overlap. But I've written out a list of my own rules of 17, I think it was 17 rules is what I came up with. But one of them is that you do not use the point of view character's name, except for when absolutely necessary. And for myself, I made those necessary points are when you enter a chapter. So the very first time the character's name would be in the chapter, that's when the character's name is instead of a pronoun. But all other times is a pronoun. And the only other time is when it might be unclear if it's like, the same gender in the conversation. But I use a lot of action beats to show who's saying what. And usually the pronoun will only be for the other characters in the scene if it's in the same paragraph that their name already exists. So that if I go to a new paragraph and I say the pronoun, it's supposed to be that point of view character again. But yeah, so those, anyways, there's lots of rules. Like I said, I've created 17 rules for myself of how to use it and to get into deep POV. But I think there's generally 6 to 10 of all the different places and things, all the articles and stuff that I've read. But yeah. Was leaving off with talking about EG's the last round of edits on my reader magnet, but I'm not feeling great at the moment, so we'll see. Did you get any further in the reading magnet? Do you feel a little bit better? And Raven came in. Good morning. Oh, that's awesome. Oh, this is a response to, because I haven't felt very confident about this book as I did my first book in the series. And I had 2 editors. Now, one's my girlfriend from college. I edit her books and she edits mine. She's been self-publishing for years, like since 2015, I think. And we both graduated with our masters in writing. And so she's read it and she told me that she liked it. And there were a few things that she thought I could change or whatnot. And I told her, I was like, I don't have time. I'm like, I'm done with this thing. She's like, you don't, can you push off your Kickstarter? I was like, I could, but if I stop and make these revisions, I'm not actually going to make these revisions, because if I stop, I'm putting this book aside because I'm so sick of it at this point. I've gone over it. It's been 2 years in the making. I'm just like, I'm done with it. If I need to do more, I'm putting it aside. And she gave me a few suggestions on like the small things I could have changed, which I did. So I knew how she felt, but the other one, I don't really know him. He is the other half of Bradley Lejeune, and he is an editor in his day job. And so I edit their books, and I used to be an editor, and I also worked as a college English and literature professor. So I edit their books. That's a writing duo, and Malcolm edits mine. But I don't really know Malcolm. He's very private. I know Martin, the other half of the writing duo. And Martin was telling me yesterday that Malcolm was telling him, I guess they just had lunch to talk about their next book that they're writing. And I guess Malcolm told him that he really liked my book. And I was like, oh, I'm so glad, because I felt bad. I was like, I didn't want him to be like slogging through a book that he just had no interest in reading, but he was doing it because that's our trade in kind, right? So I'm working on shoving breakfast in my face. Hopefully you got that done. That was a little while ago. You probably ate breakfast already. Okay, I decided I'm going to get some coffee and just read for the rest of the sprint. I mean, sometimes you have to do that. I need some more coffee. I was going to get it this sprint. I've done that when I get really, really stressed. I'll just stop and read for a while. Good morning, Kendra. How's it going? I'm just popping in for a minute to say hello and hit the like button. I appreciate that. I hope that you have a wonderful day. All right, we're heading into the second of 4 sprints. For anybody who has to leave out, thank you so much for coming. And for everyone else, I'll see you guys on the other side of 45 minutes. And that is the end of the second sprint. How did you do? I added 14 words in my editing. So I'm making good progress. I covered 20 chapters yesterday. And then today I just hit chapter 42. So double the chapters and only half of the time has gone by. So I'm glad that I'm getting through this a bit faster. But, all right, left off with Kendra having come in saying good morning, Sutton just stopping by. Hermit author Al Hollingsworth, hello. Good morning, happy writing and reading. Oh yeah, and I did get my coffee too. So and Joanne, hello. How are you doing? Saying hello to everyone. How are you all? What are you working on today? I'm just doing some last minute editing stuff on my Kickstarter novel, Cursive Wings and Gems. So I just feel like, I don't know, and go through, you can go through and edit and revise your work over and over again. There's going to be a point. This is my last pass just to pick up any other little things that I could possibly change, mostly looking at pronouns, the use of nouns and pronouns, proper nouns and pronouns, or the antecedents and stuff. So just make sure that that's all clear. That's my biggest thing right now that I'm doing. So it's not a lot. I am coming across a few, like I just came across some duplicate or like echo words. So like the first paragraph of this chapter, I have a campfire crackled. And then like 3 paragraphs later, I say the fire crackled. And I didn't pick that up before. So I was trying to find a different way to say crackled or to say something else other than crackled. And I was doing that when the timer went off. So I'll have to go back and figure out what I'm going to do. But yeah, just little things like that I'm trying to find. And I figure I'm just going to make it through my book one more time, chapter by chapter, and then go from there. Author Ella Hollingsworth, so hello to Joanne, and hello Joanne from Raven. I am procrastinating. That's okay. Sometimes we've got to do that. Hello Jody, how are you doing? Hi. Hey friends, good morning. I'm getting a late start working on my Beltan anthology story. Yeah. Hey all, I'm still waiting for the city to finish installing a new transformer. Is that to do with your Wi-Fi? Is that what was going wrong with it before? I'm assuming transformer has something to do with electricity, right? Well, excuse me. I slept enough last night. Slept enough the night before. But the few nights before that, I didn't get enough sleep. But I'm feeling tired. Don't know why. Maybe because I haven't drank my second cup of coffee? I don't know. Well, there aren't any more comments. We have about 2 minutes left. I think last time I filled up the time talking about deep POV. I don't know what else I can say right now. I think my mind's too much on the story, although I just see an email come through that looked interesting. Oh, I am going to, I don't know if anyone's here that would be interested. I'm going to a webinar later, and I've been to one just like this by the same person, Brian Cohen, and I always wanted to take notes, and I forgot to take my notes on the first time I went through, but it's basically, what's it called? 100 book marketing ideas. And I've been wanting to put together a series, which I'm probably never going to get around to doing. I have lots of ideas. I just don't have time for it. But I was going to put together a series of 100 free marketing ideas. And I've been collecting marketing ideas that are free over the last year. But anyways, if anyone's interested, I can share that link for the classes today. And he has some really great ideas. But some of it's paid. It's not all free stuff. Yep, the electric. Okay. Yeah. Figured that's probably what that meant. Well, hopefully they get it installed here soon. Yeah. What was the book? Changes in Amazon's book description capability. So I'm on Kindlepreneur's mailing list, which is by Dave Chesson. And he's the one he's behind Atticus and KDP Rocket. So, yeah. Okay, so he's got a new generator. Oh, no. He's had that generator before for a book description. Yeah, no, I already know that one. Okay, I've used that before. But so I don't know what he's changed. He's changed something. But yeah. I know I slept too, but gosh, I was so tired. Yeah, I don't know why I'm feeling that way, but there it is. All right, we've got like less than 15 seconds going into the third of 4 sprints. For anybody who has to leave out, thank you so much for being here. And for everyone else, I'll see you guys on the other side of 45 minutes. And good luck. That is the end of the third sprint. How did you do? I actually added a bit more here because there was a couple places where words were echoed, and I just rewrote like 2 paragraphs. So where did it go? Where's my calculator? 58 words is what I added on that edit. And I got through several chapters, like 7 chapters. But I just got to a chapter where I know I want to do just a little bit more. So yeah, I'll do that on the next one. Left off here with Devin saying, I know I slept too, but gosh, I was so tired. I am too. Maybe it's the moon. Something about the moon that's making us all tired. Joanne says hello to everyone else just came in, and to Jody. Oh, that sounds fun. Hooray for electricity. I guess I'll have a long, I don't know why I was thinking slow. I will have a long work list tomorrow and tonight. Yeah, I always have a long work list. Hey, Andy, how's it going? I'm so sorry I missed your stream yesterday. I've been trying to catch up with a bunch of stuff, and what was it? Something had come up. I was just about to click over, and then I was reminded of something that I had to do and had to leave out. And I got back and I had totally forgot. Yeah. Stopping by to cuddle up the like button for a minute. Emma says hi too. I appreciate that. OMG, I looked up just in time for a spider bowl. I am terrified of spiders. I can't say I'm like terrified, but if I was to be, like say that there was anything that scared me, it would be spiders for sure. Andy, Emma. I still remember because I grew up in Miami, and I'd have to mow the lawn. I'd be like 10 years old mowing the lawn. I can't imagine my 10-year-old mowing the lawn, but I was 10 years old mowing the lawn, and between our house and this palm tree, there was always a huge web, and it was just over my head, and I had a duck, and it was a huge banana spider that lived in that web. It was huge. It was like the size of my hand as a 10-year-old, and I would be so scared running the lawnmower underneath it every single time. But yeah. Going to work on some brainstorming for the weekend. March is looking crazy busy. My March is too. I think I'm going to wrangle in the dogs after the next break and go out for an energizing cream smoothie. Sounds like a good plan. Yeah, and especially because your March is almost here. We've got a couple days left. And then your Kickstarter is going off in April. So you got like a month left. I forgot, are all of your books part of the same set or some not? So all of my fantasy romance books are part of the same world, and they're all connected in different ways. So like the Sunstone and the Hybrid Prince, that is probably the earliest book in the timeline, about 1200 years. And you have, there's several characters, Adria, Issa, and there's Najla, it's one of her best friends, Najla. Her daughter is the second book, Emmy from the second book. And then Adria, it also appears in the second book, and Issa also appears in the second book, although she's not alive anymore. And then Issa is the Florist Budding Desire. Issa has founded a town. That's like 600 years later. She's founded a town. So Issa is the leader of the town in the Florist Budding Desire. So, and then what Issa is protecting, it's a magical source, is actually part of the overall story structure that is for my current series, but you don't know that yet. The readers kind of know something, but they don't know yet. So. Hello, Andy, says Raven. I found Habil's dress on Pinterest. I wrote this dress in a scene in The Witch's Mirror. Okay, I'll have to go look at it. Addendum, I like one spider. His name is Tiny. He's a wolf spider, so he's kind of fluffy. And he lives in my garden taking care of all the bugs. He seems to know me and always come to say hello. Oh, that's cute. Yeah, that is really cute. I love that. Yeah. I thought at first you were going to tell me about a story spider, but that's really cute. It's a real spider. Wolf spiders are like, we would get those on our porch in Kentucky, and our porch was up on the second story because the front of our house, you walk in on the first story, but the back of our house, we're on a hill. So then it was the second story. And there would be wolf spiders all over that porch, and we didn't have any plants or anything. Our land was like 2 acres, and there was no trees on it except for at the end of the 2 acres. And I'm like, why are you here? And they would jump at us. So if I went outside and I went to sit and write, because I would do this sometimes, I would just take a couple of like styrofoam cups or plastic cups with me. And if they came near me, I just put it over them. And then when I left, I'd take the cup off so they could go do their own business. Because if I did not do that, me sitting there typing or writing, they'd jump at me. So he is getting bigger. Habil. I don't know if I said it right. Habil. 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 I don't know if I'm still saying that right. All right, last sprint, everyone. If you are having to leave out, thank you so much for coming. For everyone else, I'll see you on the other side of 45 minutes. And good luck. Oh, okay. I wasn't thinking it was going. Exactly. And that is time on the last sprint. How did you do? I had it 14 words. So, yeah. Not as much, but I have gotten through quite a few chapters. So see, I started with chapter, I was at the end of chapter 20 from yesterday. So I started at the end of chapter 20, and I've made it to chapter 59. So just going through and editing a few things. And let's see how you guys have done. We left off here with, we were talking about spiders, and not really like spiders, but Jody has a wolf spider who eats the bugs in her garden, so she likes him. And I talked about a wolf spider that I had at our house in Kentucky that we had a couple of them, not just one, that would jump at us when we come out in the patio. And she was like, he is learning to hop now. It would be scary if I didn't know him. So Raven says, question for you. Would you be okay with me donating one of your books to my local library? I'm not sure how that usually works. Yeah, I mean, I'm okay with that. Would you probably want to let them know what type it is. And I'm trying to think. I don't know which one you want to donate. If it's like the trilogy, then it's just, it's fantasy. And it does get darker as it goes on. But if you do the first book, Blood of the Lily, that one is pretty much a kind of a sweet story. It gets darker by the third book, but the first book is kind of sweet. So that one would be okay for like all audiences, like young adult. But my fantasy romance, the first book that I wrote, A Curse of Scales and Feathers, there's it's a little bit steamy, but doesn't really have like anything in it. There's no like full like scenes or anything like that, because that never even happens in the book. So, but there's like some kissing and stuff. So that one would probably be okay for most audiences, not children, but a young adult probably just fine. But after that, all the other books have spicy stuff in it. So it just depends on what the audience is. But, if you give it to the library, you might want to let them know what type of story it is, so that they know where to categorize it, if that makes sense. Jody says, just hit my 20K. Woohoo! Words goal for the month with 1 day to spare. Look at that. I was worried about February due to extra days, but I did it. Woohoo. Yes. Woohoo. I am not getting as much writing done as I did. Well, this time last year, I did not have that much writing done in February, because I was doing a series on my channel, the Charm Chats and Happily Ever After Sprints, where I had an author on my channel, a fantasy romance author on my channel, nearly every day. And that just took a lot of time, just coordinating and getting those live streams. And it was really cool. It was lots of fun, but I didn't get much writing done in February. But by this point in the year, last year, I had a lot of writing done, and I'm not there. And I know it's because of this book, my Kickstarter book. So let me go put this on pause. So I'm like, okay, well, as soon as the Kickstarter is done, then I'll be able to get some writing in. But then I know we're going to be heading to busy season for our Author Tube Writing Conference. So I don't know. I set my goal for 700,000 words this year, because I hit, what did I hit? 768,000 last year. I got a lot of writing in, but I don't know. So I knew with having a Kickstarter, I was not going to be able to hit the same number, but I was hoping I could hit close to 700,000 or 700,000. I was hoping. But at this point, I don't know that that's going to happen. I'm like 9% of the way there. So JL, hello everyone. How's your day going? I'm surrounded by distractions, but soon things should quiet. I plan on doing some editing and taking some movement breaks. It sounds like a good plan. Love the screensaver, by the way. Thank you. Yes. This is for my next book. So all last year I had like the screensavers and all that. That was for my second book, Curse of Wings and Gems. So mermaid and dragon romance. And then this one is Fire, Fae, and dragon romance. So, and then they're stuck underground for most of the book. So there's a lot of underground scenes. So yeah, it's fun. I love these characters. These are my favorite characters so far. I don't know if it'll be my favorite book. I think it'll be up there at the top. What I don't have on the screen is Dark Scars and Lovely Roses, which is a romance that's happening in the background of A Curse of Scales and Feathers with some pretty important characters. And so it's their love story. And it shouldn't be read before Curse of Scales and Feathers, because it has spoilers for what's going on in A Curse of Scales and Feathers. There's some of the mysteries that are there. And but that one so far has been my favorite romance to write. Like just their overall relationship and how they came together and everything. That's my favorite. But I don't sell it. It is part of my Kickstarter. That's the only way people can get it, is if they get it as part of my Kickstarter. And I sell it for $3 there. I don't sell it anywhere else because of the fact that it is a spoiler for Curse of Scales and Feathers. I don't want someone to buy that and then be spoiled for, the good stuff, the things that really draw people into the main book. So, hey, Rachel, how's it going? Hope you're having a glorious day. Sorry, I got a cough. I swallowed my spit down the wrong pipe. So, yes. Oh my God, you're fully funded. I was fully funded in less than 2 hours. I was so surprised. I was not expecting that at all. To be honest, I was having anxiety that I was not going to get fully funded at all. And I was thinking 17 days, because I did my Kickstarter for 17 days. They said that's kind of a good time frame, 17 days. But I was like, is that going to be enough? Should I have done it longer so I can make sure I get fully funded? And then last night, before I went to bed, we were really, really close to the first stretch goal, which is it's artwork of the Sea Witch, which I've already had done because I want it done for me. And actually, I took the artwork, and it's in the timer video that is for these kinds of sprints right now, the ones I've been having for the last 3 days. So it's in there, but it's beautiful artwork. And I did it just for me. It was because I wanted to see my Sea Witch brought to life the way she looks. And he did such an awesome job. And I was like, I got to share this in my Kickstarter. So I made that the first stretch goal. So I sent out the message last night to my newsletter subscribers and saying, hey, we're like really close. I think we were like less than $150 close to it. And then I reminded everyone and anyone that's here, if you want to support me, but maybe you don't have the funds, there is one tier. Well, there's a couple tiers. It's only $1, but there's one tier that is the early dragon tier that goes away at the end of day on March 1st. It's just for 72 hours, in which you get a unique dragon sticker, and you don't have to pay for shipping. All you're paying is just the $1. I'm sure. I think Kickstarter does charge you taxes or something, but on $1, I'm sure it's probably not that much. And that's $1 USD. So I just reminded them that the early dragon tier, it's only 72 hours and then it goes away. So, but yeah, I was so happy. And what was I trying to say? So I sent that email out last night, and I got an email at like an hour ago, not even like right about an hour ago. I got the email saying that there was new activity on my Kickstarter. And so I looked, and we hit the goal, the first stretch goal. So we're over $1,500 now. So I was like, yay. And I'm so happy because I really want to share that artwork. It's beautiful. And so the stretch goal is that those who are digital only tiers, they'll get a digital copy of the Sea Witch. She will also be put into the books. So depending on what copy people get, like the ebooks, will be put into the ebooks, because there's already some other images, some illustrations and artwork in the book. It'll be put in. So the ebook will be in color. And it's the only time that the ebook's going to be in color, because when I do it on retailer platforms, it won't have the images in there. So I'll put her into the ebook. But then the backers can buy a grayscale paperback and hardback. So the pictures, it'll be in that one too, but it'll just be grayscale. But then there's also the paperback in color and the hardback in color. And that's a special edition hardback. So then that would be additionally added. And then on top of that, the same artist is also doing the line art of his artwork. So that is a coloring page. He hasn't finished that one yet. He's working on it right now. So so that's what that stretch goal is, getting a copy of that. And so those who back physical tier, they will actually get a printed copy of the artwork. So yeah, I'm so happy. I just saw congrats. Thank you. I never had wolf spiders jump at me. They've always just hung out and tried to move out of the way when I vacuum. Really? They like to jump at me. Which one is sweeter? I didn't catch the name. Oh, sorry. I would say, if you're just going for fantasy, the sweet one is Blood of the Lily. Very small. The romance is a very, very small plot. And I think there's like 1 kiss, 2 kisses at the very end. Maybe it's just 1. I can't remember. But romance is not integral to the plot at all. It is fantasy through and through. And it's kind of a sweet romance that's built up because one of the, why is my phone going off? Oh, stop. I forgot I have an alarm. I should shut that off. So what was I saying? Yeah. Oh yeah. Okay. So the romance is building. You don't even know it's building because one of the half of the couple is not even human for most of the book. But he's there supporting her every step of the way. So then it's just very, very sweet as far as that part. But again, that's very small. So that's that. A Curse of Scales and Feathers. It's not really that. There is some violence and gore, but it's at the very end. And then there is some kissing scenes that are a bit heavier, steamier. than the chase kisses that happen in Blood of the Lily. So I would say both are sweet, but it just depends on what the audience is. So if you're looking for just straight fantasy, Blood of the Lily would work for that. And then if you're looking for fantasy romance, then A Curse of Scales and Feathers would probably work for that. And there's no so not good at saying these words out loud, although I do my own audiobook. So there's no sex in the book. Okay. So it's just kissing, but just some heavy kissing scenes in there. But again, I would say the violence is probably the worst part, which again doesn't come until the very end, but it's kind of a little bit described. One of the antagonists is destroyed. So I don't want to say how he's destroyed because I will give away the mystery that is in there that my readers really, really loved. So yeah. I'm so glad you got find it. Thank you. I'm so happy for it. Yeah, 17 days was making me anxious. LOL. I was thinking that too. Are you doing your 17 days, or what do you think? What do you think you're going to do for yours? So yeah. So Russell Nolte, he's done a whole ton of Kickstarters. I wouldn't be surprised if he's not near 100, because he does one like every few weeks or every few months. No, it's not even months. Like he'll have one going, and then like not even a month later, he's got another one going, and he does this 17 days long. So like a month following the end of his Kickstarter, he'll have another one going soon. So, and he has found 17 days was the best. Plus that also starts your Kickstarter. The best day of the week to start a Kickstarter is a Tuesday. At least this is what it is so far, right? So things change all the time. But right now, the best day to start your Kickstarter is a Tuesday, and the best day to end it is on a Thursday. And if you do it, if you're thinking about going a couple weeks from a Tuesday to a Thursday, that's 17 days. So, and that's what he's found from doing his Kickstarters, that was the best. So I'm trying it. My first one was like 41 days or something like that, but I knew you could do it. Oh, I appreciate your confidence in me, Rachel. Looking forward to the work in progress after this one, because it'll just be an urban fantasy rom-com, and it should be short. I say that about every book, but I mean it this time. Yeah, we'll see, right? We'll see if that happens, because I say that about some of my stuff too, and it ends up really long. I'm doing 20. Okay. And I feel like it might be too short. LOL. The last one was 25, but I launched in December, so I did it for the joke. And then I got immediately sick and couldn't do much then. But this time will be different. I mean, you still fully fund it, so you're good. Yeah. 20 sounds good. Yeah. I was nervous. I was really, really nervous, to be honest. I mean, unless you're an author who's like, you're really, really good and you've got a big fan base, I think any author going into a Kickstarter is going to have that nervous, energy, and whether or not they're going to get funded. Because if you do not hit the goal, which you get to choose your goal, you could choose a goal of $100 and you might get fully funded on $100, and that would be great. But most people put their goals to, I can't say most people. I don't know how people decide on their goals. I decide on my goals. I choose $1,000. And the way I set it up is that if I hit $1,000, then the profit I would actually make, because it's not actually very much profit when you look at it, because you do have to pay for all the printing and distribution and all that stuff. You pay Kickstarter fees. You also pay for all the credit card fees. So after all is said and done, I would make just under like $250 with $1,000 goal, which pretty much covers the cost of my ebook cover. I need $285 to cover the paperback as well. So, but I thought, you know what? I just want to cover my next book cover. So my first Kickstarter, it covered my next book cover. And now this one will cover my next book cover, because I haven't had that made yet. So yeah, my main thing is I don't want to go in debt. That's it. Because my first series, I'm in debt. And I cannot continue that publishing model and going in debt. I'll never stop writing, but I just couldn't continue the publishing model. So yeah, that was for me. And I think that most people, though, I keep saying most people, and I really don't know if that's most people. From the majority of the people I've talked to, which is not a whole lot, so it may not be a good sample, they set their goal base. There's some that I don't know what they're thinking is when they set their goal, but they base it off of how much profit they would like to make. But I have also talked to a couple authors who set their goal like lower than what they would need to have a profit. And I still remember this back when I was running my first Kickstarter, and I was in the Facebook group, and someone was complaining that they were not getting enough backers and they didn't have enough of funding. And I went and took a look at their Kickstarter to see, to see what I could. I didn't think I would be able to offer anything, but I wanted to see why she felt that way. And she was fully funded. And so then I asked her, I said, would you mind if I ask why you are concerned if you're fully funded? Like, do you have a different goal in mind? And she said that she had to hit some other dollar amount in order to actually make a profit for everything that she had to buy. And I'm like, well, why didn't she set that as her goal? And I think it was like 3,000 something is what she needed in order to break even, basically. And she needed to be over that to make any profit. But she set her goal low, like $1,000, so that if she hit anything between 1,000 and 3,000, she was paying people to run her Kickstarter, which I'm like, I'm not doing that. I'm not paying people to run my Kickstarter. So yeah, debt. How much is it to publish a book? It depends on what you do, Raven. So my first books, that's my trilogy, The Blood of Lilies, Soul of a Rose, and Tears of the Marigold. I paid for my first book cover, and I didn't pay for any other book covers because I had made my second book cover as a placeholder before I published my first book. And I liked my second book cover much better. So I ended up making all of my book covers for my first series. And you can actually see my third book cover being made on a YouTube video on my channel. I was not really in YouTube yet when I was doing my first two books. So when I got into YouTube and I realized, oh, I can like film, like screen record myself making my book cover. So I did that. So that's on there. So I made the rest of my book, but I did pay for the first book cover, and I paid for editing. That was the biggest cost between the editing for all three books. I think that by itself, oh gosh, I don't know if I have the right figures. I think the first book was like $700 and some. That was my smallest book. The next one was just over 1,000. No, it was closer to 1,000. And then the next one was 1,200. So that, I think it was just over $2,000 altogether is what I paid for editing. So the majority of I'm $4,000 in debt. It's probably a little less now, but I haven't calculated it in the last year. I was $4,000 in debt, and over half of that was for editing costs. I also paid for some beta readers because I didn't have an audience then. And I, wanted to ensure the book was good. So I didn't have enough, and I didn't have a critique partner for my first book. So I had paid for beta readers on that one. My second book, I did get a critique partner, but she was brand new to me, and that was Morgan. And she was actually awesome. But I still paid for beta readers because I wasn't really sure what I was going to get out of it. And then Morgan was only able to do part of my third book. Am I saying that right? I think I'm saying that right. Gosh, I'm forgetting stuff. I know she only did part of a book. So I think there's only part of my third book is all she was able to do. And so then I hired the same beta readers, especially the one I really, really like. And she was actually cheap. She was only $35, but she was $35 up to 120,000 words, I think it was, which I did. I had under 120. Yeah. So I only paid $35. So I paid for some beta readers, and then all the advertising. I did a bunch of advertising. I did Amazon ads. I did all the group promos, all the newsletter promos that you can find online. I did a whole bunch of those, and I was doing those practically every month. And I would sell books. I was selling quite a few books in my estimation as a brand new author. It was not a lot, but I was selling books. So I would sell between $20 and $50 worth of books every month. But then I'd be spending like $60 one month on promotions. The next month I might only spend like $40. So I'd make a little bit of money. And then the next month it'd be over again. And so I was very slowly whittling it down. I think I was at negative $4,100 and some change when I started. And then I got it down to around 4,000. But at the rate that I was going to be 83 before I paid off that debt. So I actually used to do monthly videos showing, okay, here's all the money I spent on advertising and promo this month, and here's the money I made, and this is how many books I sold. So I did that every month for, just under 2 years. And then I got to the point where I realized I was not writing as much as I wanted, and I cut way back on my YouTube videos. That was the first thing that I kind of cut out of my channel, was making videos. So, and then I went to being more strict with my sprints because I want to get actual writing in. Because before, I like to be in the chat and in the community. I love the community and talk with you guys. But if I'm in the chat during the sprinting, I'm not getting any writing done. And I was so sad. I was after the first full year I was on YouTube. I was like so sad that I didn't get as much writing done as I wanted. And so I had to just rethink what I was doing. And that's how I've come up with the model that I'm doing right now, which I don't do very many videos. And I have sprints that are kind of, formulaic, because that helps me make sure I'm focusing on my writing during the actual sprints. If that makes sense. So, hey Kat, how's it going? 3K, my wallet hurts thinking about it. So what I would say, and I don't know if you're in a position where you feel like you have anything to offer, and you might have heard me say this before, because I've said it on my channel, but I don't know if you were here when I've said it. But what I decided, and I knew about this model before, because my girlfriend from college, this is what she did. She paid for editors for her first few books, and she's got quite a few books published, and some of her books were picked up by a trad publishing house for audiobooks. So they've done her audiobooks. So what she did to cut down her costs after paying for an editor for her first series is that another girl that we graduated with we both graduated with our master's in writing. And I knew this other girl, but her and I hadn't really connected. Like me and my Janessa is the one I'm talking about. I forget the other girl's name. But they had connected they were writing romance. I wasn't writing romance. I was just doing fantasy, where Janessa was doing fantasy and romance. And then the other gal was just doing romance. So we hadn't connected on the genres at that time. And they had started switching off. So they would edit each other's books. And so that saved on editing costs. So if you can do a trade in kind, I think is what it's called. So that's what I decided. I was like, moving forward, I absolutely love the editor I have, but it's expensive paying for an editor. Very, very expensive. So moving forward, I came up with a plan that I want to trade in kind. And Janessa had actually stopped publishing for about a year and a half because they had a baby. So she wanted to spend that time on their new son. And so when she did that, the partnership she had with the other author dissolved, and that author had found someone else to partner with as far as the editing. And then she was just coming back into thinking about writing and publishing when I started into the fantasy romance. And she had said something to me. She was like, hey, what do you think about, if I edit your book, you can edit my book? And I was like, that'd be great. I was just thinking that. So we did the trade in kind on that. Now I happen to be in a good place, or lucky. I was in the right place, right time. I talked with Martin. I don't know if you guys know Martin Lejeune. He's got a YouTube channel here. He's, kind of in and out on different things. But we talk quite a bit about book marketing, and he's really good with Facebook ads. And I can't say I'm really good with Amazon ads, but we share what we know about ads and stuff. And we share what we know about book marketing with each other, especially when we learn new things and whatnot. And so it was a couple years ago. Now he's in a writing duo, and Malcolm, who is an editor in his day job, is the one who would edit their books. And he was freaking out, and he was like, our book's supposed to come out. I think this is the second book in the series. He's like, it's supposed to come out in January, but Malcolm's sick. So we're going to have to push off the date. And I don't know what that's going to do on Amazon, because they had a pre-launch window up. And if you push off a book, if you set up a pre-launch window, you're saying the date that your book's launching. And at that time, if you pushed it off, then you would not be able to pre-launch a book in the future. I think now they give you can do it one time. The second time you do it, you can't pre-launch a book in the future or something like that, pre-order. I don't know the actual, I think that's close to what it is, but I've not been in that position. So I was like, hey, I just made this deal with my friend. I said that my first book in my series is not going to be done for a little bit, but I'll edit your guys' book if Malcolm will edit my book. And so trade in kind. So yeah, that worked out. I'm terrible at doing social media. I make all kinds of videos. I love making videos and images and graphics, but putting it on social media, it's like, I don't know. It's like a barrier is right there. And so I had hired, or I was in the process of hiring a not PR, what do you call it? Social media manager, to do my graphics, my social media for this Kickstarter that I'm doing right now. Well, she got sick, and then that was pushing off other deadlines that she had. And so we were just about to meet to talk about what that partnership would look like. We had met a year ago on other stuff, so we kind of knew what we were looking for. But because we were just about to meet, she decided to bow out of that. And I knew Devin was really, really good with social media stuff. And I was like, can we do like a trade in kind? Like I can offer to edit something of yours or whatever. And she's like, well, yeah, I would love to. And so I'm editing her next book, and she's doing all of my social media for this book. So whatever you feel like you might have, and like I said, if you're just starting out, and I don't know if you're just starting out, Raven, but if the author's just starting out, they may not know what they have to offer, or they may not know what they're good at yet. Um, I knew what I had to offer because I worked as an editor. I ran my own business as a writing coach. Most of my projects were editing projects. And then I taught college English and literature for many years. So I already had that background, and I have my master's in writing. So I had that background. I felt confident in that. And so I knew that coming into it. But if I'm an older person, I'm not old, but older than, I don't know how old you are, Raven. But if you're still young in your career and young in your life, you may not know what you have to offer. But I think that's kind of the best way to save on some costs, is to see what you can trade in kind, if you're able to. Like I said, you may not know what you have to offer yet. And I mean, this could be anything. If you're good at building websites or doing artwork or, whatever, I could do artwork. If I was not a writer, I'd be an artist. I actually, when I was moving from elementary to middle school, and I was down in Miami, Florida at that time, there are lots of magnet programs down there, which is basically you could submit a portfolio of your work to go to these schools that are specialized in the arts. So music, artistry, being an artist, writing, all of this, right? And I'm not good at music because I'm partially tone deaf, but I had a portfolio of artwork and I had a portfolio of my writing. And so I applied to 2 different magnet schools for both. I did not get into the one for the art, but I got into the one for the writing. So I was able to attend for 1 year, but then Hurricane Andrew hit and took away our house and we moved out of Florida. So I only got to attend for 1 year, but I learned a little bit about writing during that 1 year. But yeah, I don't know how I got in that one. Anyways, that I want to be an artist. So yeah, I want to be an artist, but I don't know. I've never sold anything. My mom always said I need to sell something before I could actually be an artist. I've had people offer me money for some of my paintings, but I don't know what it is. If I make a painting and it's not in my mind that I'm going to be giving it away. And I usually give away paintings if I'm doing that. I've never sold anything, right? But I've done paintings and I've given them away because I made them to give away. So if I do not make a painting, if I don't create a painting that in my mind, I'm giving it away, I couldn't sell it. I can't sell my paintings. So yeah, whatever. My first offer, I was 17 for my first offer of one of my paintings, but I've never sold it. I've never sold anything that I've made creatively. I've been writing casually for some time, but as far as the other stuff, marketing, social media, I'm awful at. Me. I am 25. So you're still kind of young in your life. What am I? This is 2025? I'm 20 years older than you. So I don't know. I don't know if you feel like at 25, you know what you're good at, especially when it comes to the authoring side of the, being out there published as an author and selling your work and marketing it. You're definitely an artist, whether or not you turn your art into commodity or not. I have come to realize that about myself. And I realized that my mom probably just didn't have the right idea, but yeah. I've only ever had my painting stolen. Thankfully, that didn't happen. Yeah, stolen? What? Yeah, sorry that happened, Rachel. Were you able to ever recover it? Or someone gives it away on my behalf without my permission? I guess that's also stealing. Yeah, still stealing. Raven, yeah, one of my main reasons I don't work on art is from that. Why? What? That is so rude. I can understand that feeling. I was invited to be part of an exhibit. So I had my own part of the exhibit of my artwork. And I also like to sculpt. And so I had some sculptures and paintings there. And it was on display. And I had a couple more offers while it was there. But again, I couldn't sell anything because I knew I made those things for me. Well, except for one painting. One painting, I had made it for my French teacher. And so that was on display because I asked her if I could have it as part of my exhibit with the art exhibit. What was it called? I don't even remember what it's called now. It was years. I was 18 at the time. And I can't remember. Someone said something so negative about my artwork. And I don't know. I can't remember what it was, but it devastated me. And I remember throwing my artwork into the back of my trunk and not even caring. And I broke one of my sculptures. And to this day, I'm like, why, Shannon? Why did you do that? I don't know why. I was just so like, yeah. And I didn't paint for many years. I think I was 22 before I picked up a paintbrush again. And I haven't sculpted since then. That was the last time I sculpted. But I picked up a paintbrush when I was 22 and I couldn't complete the painting. And then I did at 23, I did complete a painting to give to my NCO because she was getting ready to PCS. I was in the Army at the time. And so I created a painting and gave it to her of Mount Rainier because I was in Washington State. But I'm currently using the free versions of editing sites like WordTune, Grammarly, and such, and asking friends to read segments and give me suggestions. Have you started building any type of like mailing list? You may not, because it's hard to get started in the beginning. And I didn't have an audience when I first started. And actually, we were just talking about this on Right Now, the channel Right Now, which is done by Kaufman. I was on his channel last night, and people were asking questions about beta readers and whatnot. And I was asked, like, when did you start using beta readers? And, as I was paying for beta readers for a while. And I said, it wasn't really until my third book that I finally started having people in my audience who was like, yeah, I'll beta read for you. So, and the one gal on the screen, she said that made her feel better because I guess she's got one book published and she's having a hard time getting beta readers. And so, yeah, it can take some time to build it. But so the next thing I did, this was all part of my publishing plan moving forward, since I was no longer be paying for an editor. Not only was I trading in kind, I also did buy Pro Writing Aid, which it goes on sale. It has done this for 4 years now. During Black Friday, the sales that week, Pro Writing Aid goes on sale for like half off for the lifetime, which I think is almost $400. So it's just under $200. And I bought the lifetime plan. And so that was part of my plan. And I thought $200 can easily be, replacing what my editor did, who I was paying, around $1,000 for. And then on top of that, my next part of my plan was that I put together a typo buster team, which is what I've been going through right now. Is I'm going through all my notes from the typo buster team again. It just closed on Saturday. So I kind of went through it quickly, did some changes, but there were some things I thought, let me come back to that later. So that's what I'm doing. I'm going back through all their things. And basically all that was is that I just put out to my newsletter, hey, I'm looking for a typo buster team. And again, I'm looking at cost effectiveness. So to my typo buster team, what I say is whoever finishes the book at the end, I'm going to do a drawing where you could possibly win one of two $25 Amazon gift cards. So it's $50 out of my pocket. But again, there's such a smaller price than paying for an editor. And to be honest, I have this one gal, I know she did not finish. She is not one who finished, because she reached out to me 2 days ago. And she's like, I'm so sorry I didn't get to finish the typo busting on your draft, blah, blah, I'm not going to tell you the rest of it. But, I told her not to worry about it. But she has picked out a couple things that both my editors missed and all the other typo buster team has missed. And I'm like, I kind of needed her to finish my manuscript, but I'm out of time now. That's what I told her. I said, I'm sorry, but I'm out of time. The Kickstarter's going. I need to get this done. And I don't know how much longer she would take with it. So far my mailing list has like 7 on it. When I started, I had 6 on it, and 3 of them were me and my husband. So, Raven, are you wrenched? I don't think you are. You're not right. Do you want to drop your newsletter link? So if anyone wants to follow you, what am I looking for? Add as a moderator, standard moderator, save. Okay. You're now a moderator, which means you can put a link into the chat and people can see it. So, let me write it. So I made up the term. And remember, I'm partially tone deaf, so I don't always say things clearly, enunciate clearly. So typo buster team, that's what I created. So a newsletter for your mailing list, the same thing as your mailing list. Mod squad. So typo buster team, all it is that, and how I tell people in my newsletter list, I was like, hey, I am looking for people to find any typos that were missed by my editors. And you don't have to be a grammar person. They're all readers. So I was like, what sounds right, what doesn't sound right to you. And I said, and to be honest, here are the things I have the most issues with. I tend to use the wrong prepositions. I typically switch out of, about, and for in sentences where it should be one, but I use the other for some reason. I don't know why. It's like my brain does not function correctly when it comes to those prepositions. And then I typically miss a lot of articles like the and an. And then I will often leave an article in when I've decided to replace it with a pronoun, and I will forget, or I don't see it or something. So I tell them, here are the things I have trouble with. I said, other than that, you just let me know if there's anything that doesn't sound right, And so, they don't have to be perfect with grammar, but they can often, catch things. So, I mumble a lot, and sometimes my brain is moving at a different speed. Yeah, same thing. Mod Squad. Mine does it too. My brain moves much faster than I speak. And then on top of that, I'm partially tone deaf, so I don't enunciate everything. I feel that. I blame it on my Latina heritage. Fast thoughts, slow tongue. I don't have a Latina heritage. So what's my problem? Or maybe say, I've not been officially diagnosed with ADHD, but yeah, I'm taking medicine for it. My doctor pretty much thinks I have it. So yeah, there's that. But my brain also like jumps all over the place. I'll be doing one thing and thinking something, and then I'm on something else, and then doing something else, and then doing something else. Yeah. All right. Well, let's wrap this up. I don't know if that helped any, Raven. Yeah, because trying to. I mean, you can just throw your book up there without getting it edited. You could go through it yourself as much as you can. I would say you do what you have to do. Paying for an editor is cost prohibitive for many people. And if you can't afford it, then don't pressure yourself to do it. Try to see what you can find. We've got a great community here. And you're here with us, just go and ask people, hey, I really need help with just looking for typos. So I think I missed it. What's a news list or something another? So when you mentioned that you have, where's it at? Trying to find it. What you said. Where you said you have like 7 people. Where is that? There it is. Your mailing list has like 7 people on it. So your mailing list, same thing. And what I was saying was newsletter, your newsletter. So your mailing list, I say same thing, but it depends on how you use it. So you're saying mailing list. Those are 7 people you have that you can send out information to, right? So your newsletter is that actual information you're sending. So mailing list, newsletter, kind of same thing. You can exchange them. I hope that helps. 150% did. Thank you. Well, I could drop in my Kickstarter link. Yes. Yeah, go for it, Rachel. I don't want to abuse the wrench or power. No, go for it. Mail list. Yeah, it's mostly just a few friends and family. So yeah, so you're here in the AuthorTube community, and you've told me what you write, right? Is it fantasy, urban fantasy? Do I have it wrong? I do not have the best memory. I'm so sorry, Raven. I don't have the best memory. What do you write? So it would be best if you can get in with, and there's Rachel's Kickstarter link. Find people that are in your genre. So Rachel's really good at corralling us. We've got a small little group going on Instagram because we're all doing Kickstarters, and we all writing fantasy with romance in it, some type of romance. And so we're doing promos of each other's stuff, of each other's Kickstarters as they come along. I'm not good at keeping up with social media stuff, so I have to let Rachel keep me on track. Paranormal romance. Okay, I have a terrible memory too. There you go. And you're only 25. Oh, I'm so sorry. My memory was actually really good when I was 25. I had like this awesome memory, and I remember when it started declining. I was 38. And then I remember thinking, what the freak is wrong with me? I used to have the best memory, and now it's just all of a sudden it plummeted fast, very fast. I mean, yes, I am totally 100% deliberate. Yeah. So paranormal romance, you're here in the AuthorTube community. You can just say, I would just put it out there. Hey guys, I'm getting ready to publish a book. I really need some extra eyes, typo bust, someone just looking for typos or whatnot. I know I saw a bunch, Rachel, but I did not even get through my list of things I had to get accomplished yesterday, and I need to get through them today if I can. And I have a new list of things I'm supposed to get through today. So I have to stay away from social media until I get through this list, because these people are waiting on me. I literally have people waiting for me to get this stuff to them. And so I've got to get through this list. But I wanted to spend my time writing this morning, and I wanted to spend my time yesterday writing, because I have not been doing any writing but like one time in the last 2 weeks. So I remember numbers well, but not much else. Raven, do you have an IG handle? We can promo you mailing list there. Yeah, your mailing list for sure. IG is a good place for a lot of authors getting together. Me with social media. I hate social media. Raven, I hate social media. I really do. I say hate. It's such a strong word. I do not enjoy social media. There we go. So when people say Instagram, excuse me. So when people say, oh, I get on social media and then I don't leave and I just sit there, the doom scrolling, I think it's what's called, right? And scroll through. And I'm like, I do not have that issue. I get on social media and I'm looking for the fastest way out. So, the quick question of it was, are you planning a pre-launch for another project by December? Is that for me? JC, hello. I'm sorry I missed you last night. I totally forgot I was going to be there. And then I totally forgot I said I was going to go on another channel. And so like last minute, I was like, oh, that's right. I got to jump over there. And my computer shut down 2 days ago because I had too many tabs open. So I was like, oh, okay, I can't do this. But I saw your notification. I hope you're doing okay. We're actually done with sprints. We just been sitting here chit-chatting a little bit about mailing lists. And Raven is still kind of new, writes paranormal romance, and trying to get, mailing list set up and, what it costs to publish a book. JC might be a good one for some insight on cost for publishing a book. Because JC, you found some ways to kind of cut your costs as well, right? I was telling her some of the things that I've done to cut costs so that I'm not in debt like I am with my first series. But there are probably some other things that I don't know. I see. So that we can plan a promo it. Oh my gosh, just like jumping on me in 2025 and keep the group chat rolling. I cannot fairly answer that question yet right now, Rachel. My goal was to have my third book done this year and do another Kickstarter this year, because I was supposed to do it this year and my other book was supposed to be done last year. But since this book that I'm doing right now has pushed off because I still need to keep working on it, I don't know that I'm going to get the third book done this year. And right now, because I'm so overloaded with everything I need to get done between the AWC, my podcast, my Kickstarter, I can't put my energy toward thinking what I think I can accomplish with my third book right now. So I need to get through this Kickstarter and fulfillment, and then I would have a better response for you. JC, hi. I have a Facebook for cute animal photos and random marketplace searches. I love that. I don't really like Facebook. It's fine, Shannon. You always show up, and I appreciate you. Oh, thank you. And Kat says, off topic, my mom and I are so confused. We have looked everywhere, and the broom is missing. We still have the dustpan, but they're normally attached. It got up and flew away. Oh my gosh, that's funny. Yes, you 2-hour fully funded Kickstarter goddess. Any plans for a pre-launch before the close of 2025? I would like to get a pre-launch page up, but see, okay, there's other things that relies on too. I want to have my next book cover done, which I have to wait for the funds from this Kickstarter to get my next book cover bought. And, now that I've fully funded, I have the funds there. I just don't get the funds until 2 weeks after it closes. So we're looking at April. And I'm on the books with my book cover designer in April to give her my cover brief. But I'm also going to be doing my dragon again, because I don't like any of the dragons that she finds. So I need time to do my dragon, which I'll probably do between April and June. So I don't figure my book cover is going to be done until June or July, depending on what takes over for the AuthorTube Writing Conference. So I can't plan my pre-launch page until I get my book cover done. And I don't know when that's going to be done exactly. So I don't know. Kat, hey. Oh no, not missing the broom. Did a witch take it for a joyride? I was thinking, yeah, flying away. You can have the pre-launch page open for a year, I think. Yeah, you can have it. I had mine open for like 10 months because I had hoped to launch this Kickstarter. I had hoped to launch it in June of last year. I got closer and closer to June, and I thought, it might not be ready by June, but maybe by August. But I'll go ahead and get the pre-launch page up. That way I can, sell it at the AWC, at the AuthorTube Writing Conference. So I had it up for the AuthorTube Writing. I had it up before then. And so it was up for 10 months. 10 months that Kickstarter pre-launch page was up. Yeah. Hey, Kat. We'll rain check it later then. Yeah. We had some interesting conversation on the stream last night. Oh, I'm sad I missed it too. So yeah, Raven is looking for possibly, some help on trying to figure out costs and stuff and building a mailing list. There's a lot. But I would just take it bite by bite. Gosh, I'm losing my brain here. Trying to figure it out because it is a lot to take in and it can be overwhelming. So just a little bit at a time. But I think you're on a good start. You've got your mailing list going. Congrats on being fully funded. Thank you. And we just hit the first stretch goal. And I was so happy because I got the Sea Witch from my novels illustrated, and that was just more for me because I kept seeing her in my mind and I wanted her to come to life. And I just happened to come across this artist portfolio where he said he liked doing sea monsters. And I looked at his artwork and I was like, ooh, he could do my Sea Witch. So I had contacted him, and this was like right before my Kickstarter. And I love the illustration so much. He's now doing more illustrations for me. And he's also doing the coloring page for my Sea Witch. And I was like, okay, I'm making my Sea Witch part of my Kickstarter now. So it was my first stretch goal. And we just hit the stretch goal today. So I'm so happy. Hey, Shannon, how's your day going? OMG, congrats on your Kickstarter. Thank you. I did hire a friend to create the book cover. Yeah, and that's just part of the cost, right? After AWC, I'll check in with you and we'll see if we can do something, even if we all have to. We all have our placeholder thingies just to get folks follow it and boost the algorithm. That sounds great. I love that idea, Rachel. And Joanne, Rachel, congratulations. I was late, so I didn't know. That's amazing. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, you know what's funny is that I hear people say this, and it's just so true. Even Russell Nolte has said this, and he's got an audience built off of Kickstarter. But he said no matter how much he does, how many emails he sends, how much social media he does, how many advertisements he does, he always has someone who says, oh, I didn't know you were running a Kickstarter. And so, it's just the way it works. There's just a lot online. It's hard to get visibility. That's what it is. It's hard to get visibility. And so if it's hard for someone like Russell Nolte to get visibility, who does a ton of Kickstarters, I can only imagine. So yeah, I'm sure there are people who don't even know I'm running a Kickstarter at the moment. So, but yes, I got funded within 2 hours. I was so excited. It hasn't really moved a whole lot. My funding goal was 1,000 and we're just over 1,500 right now. But it's okay. Like I said, my goal was to hit 1,000 because that would pay for my next book cover. Anything over that is just gravy. It'll be nice. Well, I knew about the Kickstarter because I got the notification. Oh, well, I'm glad. Thank you for following me because I'm sure that helped me bump up in the algorithm. They now have more advanced analytics on the backside of Kickstarter, so you can see where people are coming from. And already you can see like people who back you if they backed other Kickstarters, because it tells you how many they backed, and it tells you if they're like brand new to the Kickstarter platform. And there was quite a few that I don't know who they are, but they live on the platform. You could tell they live on the platform because they backed over 500 Kickstarters. There is an audience on Kickstarter that lives there. So it's like its own audience that you can tap into. And I'm like, good, that helped me. Like you following me, JC, that helped me. That helped to bump me up in the algorithm to get visibility on the Kickstarter for those people who live on the platform. So now you're making me want to look into Kickstarter. I'm just nervous about how it due to not having many images to make it look pretty in the learning curve. I mean, it's a bit of a learning curve. As far as images, you could hire out for that if you've got the funds. If not, you could do something, a bit on the cheaper side. Deposit Photos, they usually have like a sale of like, I think it went up, but I got a couple of their sales where I paid $39 for 200 images from Deposit Photos. And I think it went up to like $49 the last time. So I had like 400 images because I bought it twice that I could get from Deposit Photos. And I've now used it to get some photos from there for my Kickstarter. So, like I said, there was like $39. And they do sales like once to twice a year. So I always try to say it here on my channel when there's a sale. I'm like, hey guys, Deposit Photos has a sale. It's usually only for 24 hours to get those photos and pictures. And there's some fantasy artwork on there. Now you have to be careful. Like I chose an illustration of a pirate ship and I researched it on the creator, and it was made back in 2015, I think is what it was. Because there is some AI stuff on there if you're trying to avoid AI, which I wanted to avoid AI for as much as I could. I don't use it for anything I'm selling other than my one book cover that I've told my Kickstarter people, hey, this one book cover was a placeholder cover with AI in it. I hired a designer. They pretty much copied my design and like mine better, but I don't mind switching it out. And I put both book covers on my story on the Kickstarter so they could choose which book cover they want. They can choose the one I made, which was partially made with AI, or they can choose the one the designer made. But what else was I thinking? Something I would say, because you write sweet romance, right? It's clean, sweet romance. Those are actually like very popular right now on the platform. Now, I don't know, because yours is not fantasy. So I don't know about the contemporary side, but on the fantasy side, the fantasy romance that is clean, those ones are doing really, really well. It's like, I think there's an audience that's looking for that there on Kickstarter. So I'm following your Kickstarter, so it notified me when I went live. Yay, visibility. I couldn't remember the word all morning. I'm going to try to reach out to YA and romance books to people. I would absolutely back you, Shannon, if I was able to. I understand, JC. No worries. No worries. I appreciate what you've done. By following me, you helped boost me up in the algorithm. So that was great. Because I was like, 17 days. I really want Shannon to get 3 times. So who do I know that maybe can help? Oh, you were looking for me. Well, I don't write YA romance. I would just like to put that. So if you're looking for YA people, book Insta people, that might not be the right category. I don't know. I mean, the first book could go for YA, but definitely not any of the other books in the world. That's my thought. So you're running a Kickstarter? Joke. Joanne, I've been helping out a fellow author set hers up. It's like first Kickstarter as well. And we can lasso you into the promo group. Yeah, if you want to get into the promo group. But that might also not work, right? Because Elaine Canyon, she joined our promo group for a minute and then she realized it didn't really work well for her because her audience is built on clean romance. And all of us in the group, we all have romance in there and all of us have spicy scenes. So I don't know if Joanne, if you just want to be roped in so you can get some insight and help on setting up your Kickstarter, but as far as promoting, I don't know that she wants to promote us necessarily to her audience if her audience is against the spicy scenes, right? And so there's an idea. Thank you. Yes, Raven laughing. Oh, there's more. Yes, please. I'd like that. DM me on Discord and we'll set up a time so you can get behind the scenes look and what my process was. It'll be a foundation at the very least and look less overwhelming. Yeah, and the earlier you get started on it, the better. Like Devin got started on hers a couple months ago and she was just in there setting it up. And the first thing you want to do is get in there, get your payment processing and all that set up. Because if you get fully funded, they need to send you the money. So you have to get all your payment stuff set up and get it approved. And it takes like 24 hours to get it approved. And just get in there, start just playing around with it. And that's what Devin went in there. She just started playing around with it, looking at different things, setting things up. She's changed it 1,000 times. And then I told her, when she thought she was ready, that she should go ahead and try to get the project approved. Even if the project's not done, you can get it approved. Once you get approved, then you get your pre-launch page up on the Kickstarter website. And it can be like just one tier. You can have one tier where you're selling your paperback and that's it. And you put a little bit of copy into your story and then you can get that approved. So it's not hard to get approved. Although the authors who are on my channel on Wednesday, they talked about how their first time that they tried to get approved, they did not get approved. So I don't know. I could be saying that, but maybe there was something in their copy that kind of kicked it back. I don't know. They don't know either. So, oh, wow. Thanks for letting me know. It's hard to filter out the images versus ones that use AI. Really? That's so cool. I didn't know the sweet romance was popular in Kickstarter. Yeah. Yeah. It's hard to filter out what's AI, what's not. They're supposed to, the creators on these different sites, deposit photos and whichever the other one was, the popular one that's like stock something or other. They're supposed to mark it as AI. And I've seen some of them marked as AI, but there's some of them that are not marked as AI. And I look at them like that looks like it could be AI. And then I'll research that particular piece. And if it's like recent, then I'm like, okay, yeah, I'm not going to go with that. So I research all the photos that I like, because that photo, the pirate ship, I'm using in my book. I'm selling it as part of my book. So I didn't want AI in my book. So I researched it. And that's when I saw that she had illustrated it. I think it's a she. I don't know. It's Fairy Tale Design is the name of the creator. And I don't know why I just went to she, but it could be, he or they or whatnot. But I researched it and they did mark it as illustrated and done in 2015. So I was like, okay, I feel safe with this. True. But a lot of adults with grown-up monies also like YA and YA style books. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Totally true. Yeah, not for the promo, just to see how everything works with Kickstarter wise. Oh, can someone drop the Discord link? I do have Discord. I always forget how to tell you to find me as a friend. But if you find, Rachel or whatnot as a friend, I'm sure we could all get linked up in there. I don't know which Discord group you might be thinking of. I'm part of a lot of groups, but yeah, I've got messages waiting on me. That's what I said, Rachel. You said I need to check out our messages with our group on Instagram. Well, I have Discord messages. I've been sitting there for like 3 days now, and I have not answered those either. IG group sounds better for me, but Discord is a bit overwhelming with all of the groups I've been joining. Yeah, it just gets that way. Co-working groups. It gets very overwhelming. Give me a second. I'll drop the link. Okay. Well, with that, I'm going to go ahead and start closing up. Give Rachel a second to drop it. So I will be back on Monday with the Monster Marathon sprints. All that is 1 hour long sprints. And then same setup Tuesday through Thursday next week of 45 minutes on, 5 minutes off. Andy's having a 12-hour writing stream this Saturday, and I plan to follow that up with a 12-hour writing stream the next Saturday, which that is going to be leading into my last week of my Kickstarter. So I'm hoping to get some visibility from some of the YouTube community on the Kickstarter for those who may not know about it and who may want to support it. So that's what's coming up. What day is this? So Saturday, we have our next video coming out for the podcast, and that is with Nicole Pierman, I think is what her name is on YouTube. But she also writes under the pen name of Nicole Brona. And she is a booktuber, author tuber, but more on the booktuber side. So we interviewed her. And so we had that interview coming out on the 1st, which is Saturday. Co-working groups. Give me a sec. I'll drop the thing. Thank you. Thanks, Shanon. Thank you so much. Have a good day and weekend, Shannon. You too. Have a great day, everyone. Thank you, JC. Try to wait a couple more seconds so Rachel can drop whatever links she needs to drop. Weirdly, I do not have Shannon's Discord server. No, I don't have a Discord server. Not one that I share anyways. I have one for my street team, but you have to be on my street team to be in that Discord server. So yeah, I don't have a Discord server otherwise. I'm part of lots of different groups. I'm part of, there's the Yum group, YouTube something mastermind. I don't remember what the middle letter stands for. I don't remember what that stands for. But it's a mastermind group that Andy and I developed a couple of years ago. And then I left out for a while because it got overwhelming. And now I'm back, but I'm not really part of the group. I don't really do much of the group anymore. But there's a lot of cross promoting in that group. And then there's the one that Bethany, what's her last name? She was an author. She still is an author tuber. She just doesn't really publish any content anymore. But she put together, Bethany Vota put together a group that is called Author Pals. And that has like a ton of people from the AuthorTube community in it. And there's lots of people talking about cross promotions or just, hyping each other up. So now I have 8 messages waiting for me in Discord. That would be why I can't see. We have like 4 mutual servers. I was looking for yours specifically. Yeah, but it doesn't exist. Yeah, it does not exist. I'm only part of one author server, Darkwoods. I'm part of a whole lot too many. So if I look at it, so I have my own for my street team. I have my own where I collect images that I come across that I really like. And I also collect notes and stuff. So it's just like another repository, like another notebook. So I have my own for that. So nobody's allowed in that one because I'm not sharing my notes with anyone. I have the AWC Discord, the AuthorTube Writing Conference Discord, Storytellers Hearth. I'm also part of a women's fantasy group that we started a few years ago. I'm not the head of it, but I'm part of the founding members. And so I'm part of a women's fantasy group. And that's got the Yum, got the Right Now. I don't really go in there too much. Boost It group promos. I don't know what that is. There is a Faro authors group. So if you write fantasy romance and you've published and what you publish does not have to be in fantasy romance, but if you're writing a fantasy romance and you have already published something, then you can join the group. Those are the 2 stipulations to join that group. So I'm in that group, lots of cross promotions in there. Of course, I'm part of self-publishing with Dale's group. And I'm part of 4 different groups. It's all to do with Ream, Author Pals, and it goes on and on and on. Too many groups. Lost my tab. So, okay. Rachel, I don't know if I'm going to conclude the stream here. I don't know if you're still looking for it, but I want to go ahead and get going because I've got a lot of stuff I have to do. And I only have like 40 minutes left because I have a class I'm attending in 40 minutes. So I will catch you guys later. Hopefully somewhat, I hope to be there on Saturday in Andy's stream, at least for part of it. And then if not, I'll see you guys around in other streams or next week, maybe in my stream. So take care, everyone. Bye.